I just can't get enough. Just like a rainbow, you
fans, we are coming to you live from State College, Pennsylvania for our Center of the Universe tournament starting today, Friday. We are going 3 days of Derby action. Our first game of the day will be Connecticut Roller Derby taking on Ithaca League of Women Rollers. There we go. We have 2 games to bring you today and a handful more tomorrow. So hopefully if you're not here, we are doing the live feed as well. Stick with us all weekend long. We have a lot of Derby action to bring to you. Our first game of the day, as you said, will be Ithaca versus Connecticut. I'm here with my friend Discussions, who's going to go ahead and introduce.
All right. Thank you very much, Carnage. Skating in white, we have Connecticut Yankee Brutals. Skating for Connecticut is number 006, Vicious. Number 11, Mads. Number 16, D Nasty. Number 19, Epi Penalty. Number 1921, Crazy Legs Nikki. Number 1979, Smashing Pumpkin. Number 20, Critical Role. Number 3, Parker Poison. Number 3331, Scoots Mike Lutz. Number 34, Gory Kilmore. Number 4321, Chase Danger. Number 45, Black Mamba. Number 503, Zohar Danzig. Number 615, Jackie Kerouac. Number 711, Mall Otov Cocktail. Number 73, Odd Acidity. Number 75, Suge White. Number 796, Hot Dish LaRue. Number 89, Scoring Kierkegaard. And number 96, Snack Pack.
And they are here to take on the team wearing the red. This is your Ithaca League of Women Rollers, the Suffragettes. Skating today for the Suffragettes, number 03, Cold War. Number 1024, Terabyte. Wearing number 13, Maximus Madness. Number 1792, the Harlot Pimpernel. Said that one wrong. Number 27, Kagan Brews. 327, knock you out. Number 35, Storm Surge. 47, Antibiotic. 501, Synaptic Plasticity. 51, Trouble Helix. Number 527, Bipolar Roller. 709, Horagio. Number 71, Joni Bitchell. Number 9, Eternal Damnation. And number 919, Vi. Those are our Ithaca League of Women Rollers Suffragettes. Now the team that wins this game will move on in the bracket tomorrow for Game 6 at 4 p.m. We'll be taking on the winner of our second game today at the 6 p.m. mark. That will be Bux-Mont versus State College.
Starting us off at jam number 1 on the line for Ithaca is 03 Cold War up against 34 Gory Kilmore.
That whistle does not start the jam. Everyone's a little anxious because there's a lot of derby going on. First game of the day, I get it. We're nervous. The next whistle we hear will start the action. There we go. Well, once again, this is Gory Kilmore taking on Cold War. It's the Ithaca League now. Ithaca lead now. Cold War is in control.
Both jammers out of the pack. Cold War first to hit. Puts points up before Corey Gilmore can make it back. That's going to be good for 3 points for Ithaca. Able to stave off no points scored there by Connecticut.
Yeah, quick 2-0 jam there with a call-off. Storm Surge now at the jam verse number 45 from Connecticut. This is Black Mamba. Connecticut with their floor wall at the bottom of the pack, keeping Storm Surge stuck. And an incomplete initial pass by Black Mamba, costing Connecticut lead.
Good call off there by Ithaca, able to call it right before Connecticut was able to hit the pack, preventing any points scored. Great awareness there by Ithaca, and the assist from their bench coach. Connecticut team timeout. It's a great time to talk to you about some of our sponsors here at Center of the Universe. We'd like to thank Badger and Hound for being the penalty box sponsor today. Badger and Hound is a barber located at 105 South Pugh Street, State College. Voted the best barbershop at State College for 2 years running. We like to think that what we've built is more than your typical barbershop. We put every effort into creating an experience that our customers enjoy from the moment they set foot into the shop. Slick haircuts, flawless fades, smooth shaves, and killer products are a given. It's everything else that makes our shop a memorable experience.
1 point picked up by the Suffragettes in that last jam, 1-0. In this team timeout, moving into jam number 3.
Speaking of the Badger and Hound penalty box, it does look like an Ithaca pivot has taken a seat there between jams.
Our second game of the day, right around the 6 p.m. mark, will be Bux-Mont versus State College. Then again tomorrow morning, we have the Ghost Fleet at 10 a.m. taking on the Schuylkill County Scream Queens. That will be game number 3. Game number 4 will be Free State Black Eyed Tuesdays taking on Wilkes-Barre Scranton. Now, those two matchups will compete to game number 8 in that bracket. Ithaca at 709. Horaggio out there to jam, taking on for Connecticut. This is 796. Hot Dish LaRue. Nice defense on the outside by that Connecticut pivot, taking Horaggio out of bounds, forcing the recycle twice in a row on that defense.
Yeah, that's crazy legs Nicky on that recycle. That has allowed Hot Dish LaRue to get out with lead for Connecticut.
Connecticut's first lead in jam number 3. Hot Dish LaRue in control now, going in for some points. And Hot Dish LaRue called off on a track cut, so we're looking at a 2-minute jam now.
And Vi there through for 3 points, it would appear.
Yeah, Vi receiving that star pass. No lead jammer, so we have to go for the full 2 minutes. And Vi just nick of time, getting on top of the pack now. Connecticut forming a 2-wall, trying to keep Vi stuck.
Hot Dish LaRue back on the track and immediately firing through the trip, able to put 4 points up on the board, making up for lost time in the Badger and Hound penalty box.
And LaRue taking out of bounds once again to the outside. I think we're looking at possibly an 8-6 jam in favor of Ithaca. There it is.
Yeah, right at the end of that, Ithaca getting a blocker sent to the Badger and Hound penalty box. So Connecticut's going to start with a slight advantage here going into jam number 4. This is Kegan Brews up against Gory Kilmore. And it's going to be Gory Kilmore coming out with the lead for Connecticut.
Nice back-to-back leads now for Connecticut as each team is down a blocker in the box.
Four points up on the board there for Gory Kilmore and Connecticut, and a call-off prevents any scoring from Ithaca, bringing the score to 10-11. Ithaca leads by 1. It's because it is Dutch. It's a camera joke.
Going to a timeout here called by our officials. Looks like our next jam will be a 2-4 pack in favor of Ithaca.
Folks, join us here at the C3 Sports Center in State College. Be sure to head over to the merch table. Scar Derby has a new look. Get excited for a new logo and merch. Join us in celebrating the Scar logo's grand send-off as we roll into a new era representing new skaters, volunteers, officials, and memories. Soon to be vintage, often loved and never forgotten merch with our current designs will be available through the end of the year. Also, at the merch booth, if you want to buy a shout out to your favorite skater, you can buy a shout out at the Scar merch booth for $1 per message. Get us to say something silly about your favorite skater for just $1. That is the most fun you can have for $1 anywhere in State College, Carnage.
Coming off the back of that official timeout. Pack advantage in the hands of Ithaca. Bolt Jammers out there. Ithaca picking up lead. Cold War is in control. Ithaca keeping Connecticut's jammer stuck in the pack. Cold War out with the first 4 points of the jam. Ithaca throwing a 3-wall at Black Mamba at the top of the pack. Nice defense there by number 501. Sympastic plasticity. Cold War completing a second round of points now, going in for a third.
Point jam there for Ithaca as they are able to maintain their lead over Connecticut. Score currently 23-10.
Yeah, scoreless jam there by Connecticut. Ithaca had that 1 point lead, like you said, and now the 13-point game.
Hot Dish LaRue and Storm Surge jamming for you here in jam number 6. Hot Dish almost got out there on the inside, but gets knocked out and recycled back by Vi.
Bull Jammers brought to the back and forced to restart these passes. It's some 5-on-5 derby. Our penalty box is clear. Hot Dish tries to sneak through on the inside, goes to the middle of the pack and is taken down.
Hot Dish able to stay on her feet as they exited the pack. But that was a no pass, no penalty. Ithaca picked up the lead and called it off before Hot Dish could make it back.
Yeah, Storm Surge sacrificing that jam, keeping that scoreless. Back to our jam now, number 34, Gory Kilmore versus Horaggio from Ithaca. Connecticut with a rolling 4-wall there, putting a stop on Horaggio. Track cut penalty is going to put Gory Kilmore in the box and cost Connecticut the chance for a lead. Horaggio now out there jamming solo, but is being swarmed by Connecticut's defense. Still no lead jammer. Okay, let's see. We might have had 2 whistles there.
Yeah, Carnage, it does look like Horaggio was able to grab the lead, but was quickly recycled and absorbed back into the pack. And that has allowed enough time for Gory Gilmore to sit for the 30 seconds and make it back on the track as Horaggio exits on the initial. Ithaca able to make it back to the pack and squeeze out 3 points before Connecticut could score. Another 3 go up for Ithaca, squeezing the lead further to 26-10.
Kagan Bruce now with the jammer star for Ithaca. 45 Black Mamba back out there jamming for Connecticut. 3-4 pack in favor of the Suffragettes. And it's a foot race for our jammers. Connecticut had that lead, but that jam was called off, keeping us scoreless for both teams. Still looking at 10-26. Ithaca in the lead.
Yeah, great hustle there from number 27, Kagan Bruce, able to accelerate up ahead of Connecticut and force that call off.
Cold War back out there for Ithaca, and 796 Hot Dish LaRue jamming once again for Connecticut. Foreign penalty is going to cost Cold War the chance for a lead. Cold War now having a seat in the box. Chance of a power jam now in the hands of Connecticut. Hot Dish LaRue still stuck on this initial pass. Nice offense by Suge White, clearing out a hole for Hot Dish LaRue. Hot Dish LaRue is on a first scoring trip, but taken on a bounce by 5-0-1. That's the pivot. And that's an effective block because Hot Dish is going to go have a seat in the box.
So we've got a full 2-minute jam here as both jammers have spent some time in the Badger and Hound penalty box. Great little hop through the inside there at the apex by Cold War, putting 4 more points up on the board.
Yeah, now Cold War coming in for a second scoring trip. Nice jump there, making quick work of that second scoring pass.
Yeah, I don't think Cold War liked me saying apex hop, so Cold War made sure to do an apex jump that time.
Cold War so far the highest scoring jammer of the game. Had 12 points just a few moments ago. Now working on another 12-point jam.
Easy trip through the pack there for Cold War as Ithaca takes the high score of 12 up to 16 for that jam. Connecticut able to escape, though, and put 4 points, making it a 12-point differential for Ithaca. On the line is Storm Surge and Crazy Legs Nikki as Ithaca takes a team timeout. Scar Derby would also love to thank Rage Parade Skate Shop joining us right here at C3 Sports Center. They are our skate maintenance station sponsors, and they also have all of your skate apparel and gear needs covered. They'll be here all weekend. And there's going to be a raffle for a helmet and helmet stand of your choice. All proceeds of that raffle are going to go to the Betty Fund. Tickets are available at the Rage Parade booth and the Scar merch booth. Go see Lonald and pick up a brand new helmet.
Cold War looking at having 30 points into those 42 scored by Ithaca, still in this timeout here called by the Suffragettes. Now Storm Surge taking the star for the Suffragettes at number 1921. This is Crazy Legs Nikki out the jam for Connecticut. And with a clear penalty box, this is some 5-on-5 derby action. Right off that whistle, Crazy Legs Nikki called off on a track cut. So Storm Surge out there picking up lead for Ithaca, and it is a power jam.
Great call off there after picking up 4 points. Not only is that good for 4, but they're also going to get a power start going into jam number 11 with both a jammer and a blocker in the box. They have an advantage going into this next jam.
Coming out on this power start, this is number 709, Horatio. Connecticut working the 3-wall, top of the pack. Horatio is out with lead jammer. Crazy Legs Nikki called off on a second penalty as a jammer. I believe that was a back block, so that's another power jam now in the hands of Ithaca. Horatio in control with a 4-point run so far.
Ithaca making that call off right as Crazy Legs Nikki exited the box. So we will have 2 jammers for this start. Connecticut is going to have a blocker in the box. It's the Badger and Hound penalty box. Check it, Badger and Hound Barbershop, located at 105 South Pew Street, State College.
40-point game now in the hands of Ithaca, 54-14.
If you're taking any pictures or you want to participate in social media, be sure to use SCAR's hashtags, hashtag Uni25, hashtag SCAR Derby, and hashtag Scarred for Life on Facebook, Instagram, and another service.
We are looking at a 3-4 pack in favor of Ithaca. 45 Black Mamba out there to jam, taking on number 27. This is Kegan Bruise. And that whistle starts the action. Our jammer is taking off through the pack. Black Mamba recycled to the back and has to restart that scoring pass. And Black Mama coming out with a Connecticut lead. Meanwhile, Kegan Bruise going to the top of the pack, but is taken down. Crazy Legs Nikki with that defense. Bipolar Roller having a seat in the box. Black Mamba out with 4 points for Connecticut, and a track cut called on Kegan Bruce. Handing a much-needed power jam over into the hands of Connecticut with Black Mamba still jamming.
Black Mamba coming around on their third scoring trip. Sees an open lane 4, but gets a final knockout there at the end. Begrudgingly takes the slow walk to the back of the pack and tries again.
Suffragettes walling up at the bottom of the pack against Black Mamba, who was taken out. Working a pretty solid pack. Looks like 3 more points rolling in on that scoring pass, possibly making this an 11-point jam. There it is.
It's the first jam going Connecticut's direction in quite a few, I believe, Carnage.
Yeah, and, several jams here. They haven't had any points here scored in about 4 jams, and this is their highest scoring jam so far of the game at 11 points.
Cold War and Gory Kilmore back out on the track. It's going to be Gory Kilmore grabbing lead for Connecticut. It's 2 leads in a row for Connecticut, trying to reverse some of the lead Ithaca has pushed out. Gory Kilmore back at the pack for their first scoring trip. Oh, and Gory Kilmore is going to pick up a track cut and head to the Badger and Hound penalty box.
Cold War now on an unopposed run with 2 minutes to a 2-minute jam. No chance for calling off the action. Cold War now has to go for the full 2 minutes, still on a power jam. Cold War coming in. Connecticut walling up, taking Cold War out of bounds into the ref. Cold War now making their way to the top of the pack. Connecticut has a 4-wall up there, but Cold War is out with another 4, now looking at a 12-point run. Now, Cold War's last jam got them 16 points. We have about 20 seconds to go. Let's see if Cold War will make or break that 16-point run. Ithaca walling up, throwing their entire defensive power at the bottom of the pack against Gory Kilmore. And Cold War matching that previous 16-point jam with another 16 points here for Ithaca. They're currently at 70. 8-point run for Connecticut. They're at 33.
Storm Surge and Hot Dish LaRue starting us off in jam number 14. And Hot Dish LaRue picking up a track cut penalty on the inside is going to head to the penalty box. Storm Surge picking up a track cut themselves. We're going to see a jammer do-si-do in the box.
Yeah, our jammers seated for abbreviated penalties. There is no longer a lead jammer.
Hot Dish LaRue finds an inside hole in lane 1 and takes it. Is through on the initial. Storm Surge back on the track trying to do the same. Storm Surge finds a path outside, able to clear the initial. Both jammers approaching on their first scoring trip. Hot Dish LaRue through for 4. Storm Surge still trying to fight past Connecticut.
Ithaca along up their defense at the back of the pack against Hot Dish LaRue. Still no chance for a call off. We're still going for the full 2 minutes. Hot Dish LaRue now with an 8-point run.
Yeah, Hot Dish and Storm Surge are neck and neck around the track and out of the pack. But Hot Dish 2 trips up on Storm Surge.
Vibe racing a tripod against Storm Surge in that pack. I'm sorry, racing Hot Dish LaRue, who is out with another 4 points.
Yeah, that last second clear by Hot Dish, able to keep 4 points ahead of Ithaca. Again, point score going in the right direction for Connecticut. They've been needing that this half.
Connecticut's highest scoring jam of the game so far with a 16-point run there by Hot Dish LaRue.
Crazy Legs Nikki grabbing lead for Connecticut. Connecticut starting to see those leads as we get further into the game, and they are needed. Quick clear there from Connecticut. Some nice offensive help from the blockers. Cleared open a lane for Crazy Legs Nikki to put 4 points up. Synaptic Plasticity taking the star and has now cleared the initial for Ithaca.
Crazy Legs Nikki coming in the bottom of the pack, but Ithaca stretching out their defense. Bit of a trip up there at the bottom of the pack.
And Crazy Legs Nikki taking a forearm penalty, headed to the Badger and Hound penalty box. We have another 2-minute jam as our pivot turned jammer, Synaptic Plasticity, is going to continue to try to put points up on the board. Three points that trip for Synaptic Plasticity.
Synaptic in for another round of points, getting some block in there by number 11 Mags, but is out with another 4. Nice toe stop work by Crazy Legs Nikki, but ultimately Nikki goes out of bounds and does recycle. Those jammers breaking out just as 4 whistles blow.
Keg and Bruise and Black Mamba are going to start us off on Jam 16.
Yeah, our penalty box is clear, so both teams at full strength to start the jam. And as soon as we say that, the old announcer's curse kicks in, and there is a penalty going to the Connecticut pivot.
So Black Mamba's going to get lead, but has 2 blockers in the box and is now going to approach the pack with 2 to 4 blocking. Keg and Bruise not that far behind. Black Mamba does have lead, but I'm guessing is going to try to bleed the time down to get the box a little more clear.
Connecticut trying to reform their defense at the top of the pack, but they go out of play. They have to let that jammer go. So Kagan Brew is coming out of there with 4 more points.
And a 4-3 jam there for Ithaca as Connecticut calls right as that blocker clears the box. So we again are starting a jam with an empty Badger and Hound penalty box. That's a refreshing take. Cold War and Corey Kilmore on the line. Corey Kilmore down the inside, able to grab the lead for Connecticut again.
Yeah, 3 leads in a row here for Connecticut. Gorey coming out with 4 points and calls off the jam, keeping Ithaca scoreless down to just under 4 minutes left to our first half of our first game of the day here at Center of the Universe.
Hot Dish LaRue and Storm Surge jamming for us here in Jam 18.
Ithaca working some defense at the bottom of the pack, taking Hot Dish LaRue out of bounds. And in that time, Storm Surge does power their way through and picking up lead for Ithaca.
Quick 4 and out there for Ithaca. Herregio and Gory Kilmore at the line.
3v3 pack here, each team down a blocker in the box.
Gory Kilmore trying for that inside line again, but this time picking up a track cut penalty that has allowed Herregio to clear and grab lead status. Herregio signaling for the pack to accelerate. Takes on the Connecticut tripod and clears on the inside. Good for 4.
Mags coming in trying to close up a hole on the inside, but Herregio is out with those 4 points. Oh, a Penta Apex jump by Herregio, but Herregio is taken down during that jump and has to recycle to the back. A lot of positivity there from our Ithaca bench. Herregio now out with the 3rd scoring trip complete, making this a 12-point run for Ithaca. Ithaca holding up a 4-wall at the bottom of the pack against Gory Kilmore. Gory getting some assistance from their teammate, number 75. That is Suge White.
And that's going to take us to the half. Ithaca putting 16 points up there in that jam taking us to a score of Ithaca 123, Connecticut 64. And at the end, Ithaca opting to take an official review. Co-announcer Carnage going to the middle to grab that information for you. While they are officially reviewing the review about official things, be sure to join us tonight for the Friday night after party at Titan Hollow. That's on Axman Road in Belafonte. Join us there for drinks and fun. Titan Hollow, right tonight, Friday. Be after parties every night. Saturday it'll be at Axman Brewery, and Sunday it is at Brothers. All right, we have halftime. What was that official review, Mr. Carnage?
Ithaca calling that official review, questioning whether or not the Connecticut jammer had committed a track cut there in that last jam. When that jammer went out of bounds on the apex. Now, when the officials got together and talked about that incident in detail, they determined that the jammer did not go out of bounds as a result of that block. They went out of bounds later on another occurrence. So no track cut has occurred, and they will have lost that review.
All right, we'll see you back here in just about 14 minutes. Thanks for joining us right here, Center of the Universe 2025. Check 1. All good.
Hey, sounds like we're working now.
And we are coming back. Carnage headed into the second half. We have the Connecticut Roller Derby Yankee Brutals skating in white up against the Ithaca Leader Women Rollers Suffragettes in red.
We are moving straight into our first jam of our second half of the game. Number 1921, Crazy Legs Nikki out there versus 03, Cold War.
You know, in the first half, Connecticut a bit penalty heavy, seeing 25 penalties to Ithaca's 13. Connecticut, though, wasting no time with Crazy Legs Nikki taking lead.
Yeah, our first few jams of our first half were kind of neck to neck, and then all of a sudden Ithaca just began ramping up their scoring. Crazy Legs Nikki with a 3-point run there. Ithaca scoreless, so 67-123 right now is our score. Ithaca beginning this jam on a pack advantage. 3-4 pack here. 34, Gory Kilmore out there taking on Storm Surge.
Yeah, Connecticut has Shug White in the penalty box. Shug White's going to need to be careful. That is Shug's 5th penalty.
Storm Surge making quick work of that scoring pass, putting 3 points up and calling off the action.
You know, Carnage, these games are with the sanctioned, and if this game continues the way it is going, we're going to see a bit of an upset. Connecticut forecasted to score roughly 5 points for every 4 Ithaca scores. So if this keeps going this way, Ithaca is going to see quite the boost in their ranking.
Right, as we know, the differential is what makes the rankings, not the actual points scored. So Reggio taking on Black Mamba. Black Mamba coming out with a Connecticut lead. Now Mamba in for some points. Coming in. Gets some blocking by the pivot. That's 501 Synaptic Plasticity, and Mamba calls off the jam with 4 points to show for it.
Hot Dish LaRue and Kagan Brews on the line for jam number 4 in the second half. Hot Dish LaRue trying to rotate, but is cycled back by Vi. Number 19, Epi penalty, picking up a penalty themselves, allowing Keg and Brews to pass, but Keg and Brews getting recycled by Parker Poison.
Keg and Brews coming out with a hard-fought lead here for Ithaca. Hot Dish LaRue finds a hole on the outside, finishing their initial pass. Kagan Brews coming up, getting some block in there by Mags, but is out with 4 points. And Kagan Brews calls off the jam.
Great spin move there on the inside from Kagan Brews, able to clear for 4 and call it off. Excellent footwork and push there from Ithaca.
Penalty box is clear. This will be some 5-on-5 Derby 03. Cold War out there versus 34. This is Gory Kilmore out once again. Gory Kilmore tries to get through on the inside, but is shut down. Cold War is our lead jammer for Ithaca.
Cold War able to make it through just for 3 points on that trip, but able to call it off and prevent any score from Connecticut. That 3 takes Ithaca up to 133 to Connecticut's 71.
Looking at Storm Surge back on the Jammer line versus number 1921, Crazy Legs Nikki. And Connecticut is in the lead. Crazy Legs Nikki in control of the jam. Storm Surge taken out at the top of the pack. Mags working some one-on-one defense.
Nikki able to make it through for 4 and call it off. Again, with some great help from Mags there, holding off Ithaca. Lining up for jam number 7, we have Horegio and Black Mamba.
Ithaca holding the defense at the back of the line, keeping keeping Black Mamba stuck. Horegio is out with an Ithaca lead. Synaptic Blast is to work in the pivot position, keeping a slowdown on Black Mamba. Black Mamba now out of the pack.
Great job from our skaters keeping the Badger and Hound penalty box clear in this half. We're again starting with 10 skaters on the track. This time it's going to be Gory Kilmore and Kegan Bruce jamming. Gory Kilmore knocked out by Vi and recycled. Both jammers exit the pack, but it is Kegan Bruce out first, grabbing lead. Gory Kilmore accelerating, and we have a foot race. Kegan Bruce in the front calls as they hit the pack. No point scored by either jammer as they were neck and neck coming back.
Yeah, jam sacrifice there by Kegan Bruce, realizing the threat of that Connecticut jammer coming up. So Cold War coming back out to take on the jammer, take the jammer star here versus 1921 Crazy Legs Nikki. And that whistle brings us into the jam. Both teams with their full strength. All 4 blockers out there. Cold War breaking through on the inside, picking up lead for Ithaca. Cold War making their way to the top of the pack, avoiding that block by Mags, getting 4 points, and Cold War calls off the jam. This will keep this at a 4-0 here in favor of Ithaca. 141, Connecticut 75. Storm Surge taken out of bounds, and he's called off on a track cut on that initial pass. So now Connecticut picking up lead. They are on a power jam with Black Mamba in full control. A calculated risk there by Storm Surge. trying to re-enter in front of a down skater, I believe, but ended up getting a track cut, so Storm Surge having that seat in the box. Black Mamba now taking on a tripod of Ithaca blockers at the top of the pack, held up by number 819, or 919, that's Vi. Now Vi with some one-on-one defense. Black Mamba is out past Vi and has 4 points. Ithaca's jammer times out of the box, comes back in. Connecticut with a swarming defense at the top of the pack against Storm Surge.
Great work up on the toe stops there by Storm Surge on the inside, able to clear the Connecticut pack. Connecticut going to take the opportunity to call off the jam before Storm Surge can make it back. 3 points on that second trip, making that a 7-point jam for Connecticut. Much needed 7 points as they go up to 82 against Ithaca's 141. And Ithaca calls a team timeout. Scar would like to remind you we are selling tickets. Thanks to Rage Parade, they have donated a S1 helmet and helmet stand. Head over to the Rage Parade booth to buy raffle tickets. You can get a ticket for $1, 6 tickets for $5, or 12 tickets for $10. All proceeds from that raffle are going to go to Scar's Betty Fund. Go check out Rage Parade and get your raffle tickets.
Stick around for our second game of the day. That will be Bux-Mont versus State College. Winner of that game will move on to take on the winner of this game tomorrow at 4 p.m. Tomorrow morning, day 2 of Center of the Universe will be 10 a.m. Ghost Fleet taking on the Schuylkill County Scream Queens. After that, right around the 12 p.m. mark, we have the Free State Black-Eyed Susies playing Wilkes-Barre Scranton. Winner of those two teams will be moving on to their bracket, closing in on Sunday at 10 a.m.
We've now transitioned into an official timeout, which is a great time to remind you of the small army of officials we have helping us this weekend. In this game, our NSOs are Eggs, Gorskash, Galvatron, Catastrophe, the Kraken, Scotchy Scotch Scott, Stabby McNeedles, No Ship Sherlock, Ms. Hyde, and Mothman.
We are back to our jam. Horatio out there taking on Hot Dish LaRue. Ithaca picking up lead. Horatio in control now. Ithaca losing a blocker to a clockwise blocking penalty. Horatio is out with 4 Ithaca points. And the track.
Hot Dish LaRue headed to the Badger and Hound penalty box on a track cut penalty. He's going to put Horatio on a power jam with lead status. Horatio back in on their third scoring trip. Big hit there on Smashing Pumpkin. Calls off the jam. And that's going to bring Ithaca into jam number 12 on a power start. Taking that power start will be Keg and Bruce.
Mag stepping in for some defense on the outside against Kagan Bruce, but Kagan Bruce is out with lead. Kagan Bruce crashing into a tripod of Connecticut blockers. Looks like Chase Danger taking Keg and Brews down.
Jam number 13 is going to start with Gory Kilmore and Cold War. Connecticut is a blocker down. Cold War is going to use that on the inside, able to find a hole. He's going to grab a lead for Ithaca. Gory Kilmore also clear of the initial. Cold War has about half a track advantage. Big hit there from number 96 Snack Pack, forcing the call off. Ithaca only able to pick up 2 points that jam, taking them up to 155.
Moving into the last quarter of our first game, number 35, that is Storm Surge out there taking on 1921, Crazy Legs, Nikki. A little bit of jammer love there by our jammers as we move into the jam. It's going to be some 5-on-5 action. That whistle starts. Nice toe stop work by Crazy Legs, Nikki. Nikki is out and is our lead jammer. Nikki breaking out with 4 points. Storm Surge matching those 4 points. Now Nikki trying to get through on the inside, moves to the outside, taken out. Incomplete pass there, only 3 points, and that jam is called off.
Yeah, Ithaca holding just under a 2-1 differential over Connecticut. Again, they are the rankings-wise underdogs in this game, so they're going to see quite the bump if this continues. Horaggio back out with Black Mamba. And it's Horaggio through on the inside with lead for Ithaca. Ithaca is a blocker down, but that did not matter for Horaggio. Ithaca blocking, still able to hold Black Mamba back. They're bridged out.
Synaptic Blasicity goes for some one-on-one blocking, but is called off to the penalty box. That's going to thin things out a little bit for Black Mamba. Kegs and Brews now lining up on the jammer line versus number 34. This is Gory Kilmore. Connecticut with the pack advantage. Looks like Ithaca is starting this jam down. 2 blockers in the box.
That looks like it's going to be penalty number 6 for Suge White. That jam is called off with Ithaca picking up 4 points. And Crazy Legs Nikki at the start of the jam getting sent to the penalty box on a equipment violation. That has put Cold War on a power jam, and Cold War has lead and is on their first scoring trip.
Now Connecticut losing a blocker along with their jammer. Going to give a pretty good advantage over to Cold War, who just puts up another 4 points on the board.
Yeah, and bad news, that was Suge White with that track cut penalty, I believe.
Cold War finishing another 4-point pass. And Cold War going for the call off.
Yep, and that was penalty number 7 for Suge White, as Suge White is going to gear down and spend the rest of the game over in the warm-up area.
Gory Gilmore out the jam for Connecticut, and Gory is our lead jammer. As we are just about a 100-point difference in our two teams. Gory in for some points, and Gory is out. Jammer referee Nick Taylor holding up 4 fingers for Gory Gilmore. Nice toe stop work there by Storm Surge, getting that block by Mags, but staying in bounds. We are now down to just under 10 minutes left to our first game of the day. We're going to have Heragio out there taking on Black Mamba once again. There are.
Are they picking them?
They better be.
I'll go find out.
We'll make sure. They probably are.
I'll go find out. Those are them.
Heragio now picking up lead for Ithaca, and it's a power jam. Heragio in control. Black Mamba having an all expenses paid trip to the penalty box now.
There's blue and green. I think each team gets a blue and a green. I don't know if blues or blockers get.
Heragio working on a first scoring trip. Mags getting in there, working some 2-on-1 blocking along with number 96. That is Snack Pack. And Heragio is out. And that call-off is going to freeze Black Mamba in the box for another power start going to Ithaca.
Kick and Brew is going to start Jam 20 on this power start.
Black Mamba released from the box, but Kegan Brews is our lead jammer.
Kegan Brews with a quick points and out. 2 points go up on that trip, able to call it off before Connecticut could score any. That's going to take them up to 189. Empty Badger and Hound penalty box.
Crazy Legs Nikki back out there taking on Cold War, doing an old-fashioned pivot line start. And Crazy Legs Nikki coming out with a Connecticut lead. It looks like Snaptic Beauty tried to clear out a hole for their jammer, but Nikki took advantage of that hole and had that lead jammer call. Nikki picking up some speed, slingshotting through the pack.
Yeah, great track communication there. Nikki calling it how she wanted it as she came in, had her pack line up exactly how she wanted it, and was able to clear on the outside.
Yeah, very nice coordinated offense there by Connecticut.
$12 points that jam for Nikki from Connecticut, taking them up over the century mark. While I have a second, I'm going to try to think the other skating officials we have out on the track for this game. We have X-Ray Ted, Tim the Ref, Singer, Nick Tater, Painsley Slays, Rec Support, Trampling Bias, and Dorothy Galeface.
Looking at Cold War out there once again, taking on 34, Gory Kilmore. It's going to be a Yankee Brutals lead now. Gory Kilmore in control of the jam. Gory Kilmore getting called off on a forearm penalty. That's going to open up a chance of a power jam now in the hands of Storm Surge. Mags going in and closing up the hole on the outside, but is called off on an illegal contact penalty.
Storm Surge pushing through and bridging Connecticut out, able to make it out for 4. That takes them up to 8 in this power jam. Gory Kilmore re-enters the track, applies a little jammer on jammer love to Storm Surge, and clears their initial. Oh, no, sorry. That was their first scoring trip. So 4 points go up for Connecticut.
And a back block call to Gory Kilmore is going to put Gory in the box. Last seconds of this jam or a power jam in the hands of Storm Surge. We time out at 2 minutes, and it's going to be a power start now in the hands of Ithaca.
Yeah, that 12-4 jam for Ithaca does take them over the 200 mark. They're up to 201.
You're not going to like this answer, but I thought you guys can decide who's MVP, however you want to decide. I'm sorry. That's
Okay.
Shoot the messenger. Yeah. And then they said the color doesn't matter. Just give whatever to whatever. Good.
In the last minutes of our game, Ithaca calling for a team timeout as they still have this power start in their advantage.
Joining us here in the C3 Sports Complex, we also have AR Health Services. They are an informational aid and AIDS resource. They'll be here Friday and Saturday. Be sure to stop on by and check out and support AR Health Services. Also with us, we have Sense Candle Co. Candles, wax melts, and squeeze wax. They'll be here Saturday and Sunday, so be sure to stick around throughout the tournament and check out Sense Candle Co.
Heragio out on the line here for this power start.
Ithaca putting up 2 points that jam, calling off before Connecticut could score any. Just a little over 2 minutes remaining in the game. Black Mamba and Keg and Brews lining up for jam number 24.
Black Mama taking a spill right off that whistle. Keg and Brews brought a bounce to the inside and is forced to recycle behind Chase. And Keg and Brews is going to have a seat now for a high blocking penalty. Chance of a power jam in the hands of Black Mamba. Forearm penalty called on Black Mamba. Going to put Black Mamba in the box, so we're going to run for a 2-minute jam. Keg and Brews called off on a high block just a moment ago. Back in for some action, but it's taken out of bounds. That is Crazy Legs Nikki with that defense on the inside. Initial pass completed by Keg and Brews. Now no chance for a call-off. Initial pass complete by Black Mamba. 4 points on the board by Keg and Brews, and that 4 whistles brings us to the end of that jam.
10 seconds on the clock. Everyone looks towards the bench to see if we'll get another one.
It looks like that brings us to an unofficial score. Connecticut 115, Ithaca 207. Does not appear that we'll be having any more gameplay. Of course, our officials have to meet with the scorekeepers and go over the points. Once they blow that rolling whistle, we will have a final score, and we will be doing MVPs here for our teams.
And there it is, the final whistle. Connecticut 115, Ithaca 207. Ithaca is going to get quite the rankings bump from that carnage. Our teams will take a victory lap. Ithaca to take a victory lap, followed by Connecticut, and we'll be right back with your MVPs as chosen by your announcers.
Ithaca moving on to Game 6 tomorrow at 4 p.m. We'll be playing the winner of our next game. That will be Bux-Mont versus State College. Connecticut moving on to Game 5 tomorrow at 2 p.m., playing the loser of the next game here.
Probably the highest scoring jammer.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I have Crazy Legs Nikki for the other one.
I think that's a good choice.
Yeah. And then I like Cloud for blocker for red. And
I think for white blocker, 11 max.
okay.
Yeah.
I was between that and the rose. You're welcome to announce I can jam for you if you're
Okay,
worried.
which one did we choose for white jammer? That was Crazy Legs Nikki. Good job. Good job.
And now taking their lap around the track, your Connecticut roller derby, my home state, Yankee Brutals. We do have MVPs declared, so as soon as our victory laps are completed, we will go ahead and give those awards out. We are doing Announcer's Choice MVPs for this tournament. Let's get this awkward picture by Andrew Keys Photography.
They never pay attention. Are you strangling them?
All right, our MVPs, as voted upon by your announcer crew for the game for Ithaca. Most valuable blocker, number 919, Vi. And MVP jammer for Ithaca, number 03, Cold War. And for Connecticut, most valuable blocker, number 11, Mags. And your most valuable jammer for Connecticut, number 1921, Crazy Legs Nikki.
All right, welcome back to the C3 Sports Center here in State College, PA, as State College Area Roller Derby brings you Center of the Universe 2025. I am Discussions, and I'm joined here by...
This is Split Happens, and yeah, great tournament here. This is game 2, brought to you by the State College Area Roller Derby. And speaking of which, we're actually going to have State College Area Roller Derby coming up right here, taking on the Bux-Mont Valkyries here for game 2. A great game in the first game there, Dis. Watching Connecticut and Ithaca, and a great way to get this Center of the Universe tournament started.
Yeah, a bit of a upset there from Ithaca, as they were the underdogs, but ended up with about a 2-1 differential in that game. Bux-Mont, the slight favor in this game here, about 1.15 to 1. But speaking of our skaters, why don't we go ahead and introduce them, Split? Who's skating for Bux-Mont?
Outstanding, and skating today for Bux-Mont, 0722 Mocha Whip. Number 10, Long Tall. Number 107, G-Rex. Number 1701, Faith No More. Number 1928, Skinner Alive. Number 30, Loranimal. Number 310, Beetlejuice. Number 314, Wild West. Number 42, Nene. Number 456, Delco. Number 47, Silver. Number 627, Sig Vicious. Number 714, Your Mom. Number 762, Mighty Mouth. And number 810, Hell of Troy. And that is the Bux-Mont Valkyries.
And skating in white, we have State College Area Roller Derby. Skating number 11, Spunky Bruiser. Number 111, Ace of Blades. Number 1217, Nancy Drew Blood. Number 14, Pandemonium. Number 21, Hustler. Number 22, Taylor So Swifty. Number 25, Chemical Restraint. Number 325, Chainsaws. Number 35, Knuckles. Number 40, Zoflake. Number 44, Craven Equality. Number 5150, Gnarly Quinn. Number 525, Lasagna. Number 7, Crystal Brawler. And number 79, L'Assassin. And that rolling whistle is indicating the start of Derby as 10 skaters head to the track. Looks like we're going to start with number 762, Mighty Mouth, and number 44, Craven Equality, heading into jam number 1.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, this is the 4 and 5 seeds, I believe, playing in this game, so expecting a very closely matched Derby game here. And they're off. That is 762 Mighty Mouth pushing right up against the tripod of Scar. Oh, a little slipping and sliding up there at the front, and it is 762 Mighty Mouth out lead jam for the Valkyries. And Craven Equality having a hard time, but now looks like a star pass has indeed occurred. So handing it off to the pivot. A very quick star pull, and now number 79, L'Assassin, is wearing the star. And the Valkyries taking the 4 points and calling it just absolutely brutal to have the jam get called off right when you make it back around to your scoring pass there, Dis.
Yeah, all that effort, surely not gone to waste, but a bit of a jam time strategy there from Bux-Mont. Official timeout called as we have a bit of things reviewed. But speaking of officials, I mentioned we have a small army here joining us for Center of the Universe. Helping us this game as our NSOs, our non-skating officials, are Fulcrum, Bionic Bee, Anya Arson, Trogdora the Jaminator, Double Demons, Faye Your Name, Miss Overwatch, Bob and Weave, Wishbone Breaker, and Hades Nuts.
And I tell you what, if you think these skaters are going to be tired after skating 3 games, I imagine that these skating officials, who are probably skating somewhere in the vicinity of like 6 to 7 games apiece, are going to be even more tired at the end of this tournament here on Sunday night.
Yeah, I think of one of the WIFTA photos that circulate the internet with the sign that says OPRs are the real heroes.
They are the ones that make Derby go around, that's for sure. And once we get Derby started back again, it'll be number 22, Taylor So Swifty, getting ready to jam for Scar, and that is 1701, Faith No More for the Valkyries.
Of course, number 22, Taylor So Swifty, fellow announcer, out on the track as a jammer right now. Swifty pushing through a Bux-Mont tripod, trying to rotate in front. Bux-Mont doing a good job of cycling in front, but Swifty able to break through and pick up lead for State College. Bux-Mont goes a blocker down as number 42, I believe that's Nene, heads to the box. Swifty able to make it through for 4 and call it off right before Faith No More can make it back following the initial 4-0 jam there for Scar, kicking us off. Tie game after 2 jams.
Yeah, a couple of quick 4-4 scoring passes there. Scar's blocking wall doing a nice job of really coming to a dead stop there and forcing that no-pack situation up front against the Valkyries. Yeah, that is 40, Zoflake, and 34, Lar Animal. And both of them trying to take the outside Lar Animal down, and 40, that is Zoflake. And it was a nice move to the outside line for Zoflake. Looks like the Valkyrie Jammer still hung up looking for that initial pass, and now, oh, nice blocking, swinging in there, and a great bridge and a huge hit there. Oh, L'assassin absolutely stood it up. That's a monster hit right there on the top straightaway. And that looks like it might be an 8-point pass now coming. That's 7. I believe it's a 7-point pass. So that's the highest scoring jam thus far. That's 7 points for Zoflake.
Yeah, and can't be understated what a hit that was on Bux-Mont, allowing the time for State College to come back around and get those final 3 points. Great defensive work there.
I think the spectators there right on the top straightaway liked that big old hit right there.
Yeah, this is just game 2. This is going to be a fun weekend. Craven Equality and Sig Vicious taking us into jam number 4.
And that is 2 lead jams apiece for each team now. And Craven Equality still getting hung up there on the initial pass. So there's 4 points for the Valkyries. Oh, Craven Equality trying a little jump there just at the end, just trying to eke out those points, but I think the jam was called off right as Craven Equality was leaving their skates.
Yeah, heck of an effort there from Craven, able to make that final apex jump. We were all hoping for it, but the final whistle blew just a little too soon to land that. Back on the line, Swifty and Mighty Mouth. Swifty pushing forward to the front again and grabs lead for State College.
That is two lead jams at a 2 opportunity for Swifty there. Jams at a 2 opportunity for Swifty there.
Nice. Great little apex hop there on the inside for Swifty, putting 4 points up and calling off the jam. That's going to take State College up to 15 over Bux-Mont's 10.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we expected, a very closely fought game. So only 5 points separating these and only 5 jams in. So Faith No More and Zoflick getting back out there. Zoflick able to take that outside line the last time they were out. An absolutely rapid-fire derby. So we saw this the last time these two jammers were out there. They both attempted an outside line. Zoflick successfully recycled, though. Nice hit by Nene. But Zoflick, once again, out as lead jam. So Zoflick and Swifty both 2 for 2 on their lead jam opportunities. Oh, just not quite able to land it there with Zoflick.
Love seeing a rotation in the air, though, as you take the apex jump. That was amazing.
You love the effort. You always kind of wonder, like, when is it a full jump and when is it just like a little apex, like, hippity hop? You know, just like a little step over.
Look, for me, I am nowhere near that talented, so both feet in the air is a jump for me as far as I'm concerned. I got to tell you, though, you pointed out both teams going jam for jam real quick. No doubt both of these teams have been thinking about this game for quite a while at this point, so I think the strategy is really tight. Both teams watching each other and doing a good job staying on top of it and communicating.
Craven Equality going up against Loranimal again, and Loranimal getting up against that tripod, pushing strong against it, and does a penalty called there on one of the blockers for Scar. So lead jam for Loranimal and a blocker down for Scar as well.
Yeah, quick shout out to your mom for sticking on that jammer, totally holding up the inside line, forcing the rotate to the out.
And that was Lassassin again, able to hold up Loranimal right there on the top straightaway. That's the second time we've seen Lassassin really go, chest to chest and cause some problems for some of these Valkyrie jammers.
Yeah, I think you're going to start to see Valkyrie jammers head in the opposite way of the track that Lassassin is.
Either that or we're going to see some Valkyrie offense moving forward whenever they see Lassassin skating up at the front of the pack.
Jam number 3 for Swifty. Let's see if she can go 3-3. Up against Sig Vicious this time. And there it is. 3 jams in a row, 3 leads for Taylor So Swifty.
Some jammers get a little, I guess I would say, not superstitious, but they don't like their lead jam streaks pointed out. But Swifty doing a great job, 3 for 3 so far.
Oh, don't you mind. I will razz Swifty if it's good or bad either way.
Swifty a little upset there, I think probably because the Valkyrie jammer was able to score 1 point. But again, a 3-1 point advantage on that jam. Swifty able to do that, I think, 3 times now. All 3 have been 4 points and then quitting it. Both jam lines able to very quickly make it through these packs.
Yeah, any positive differential is a good differential. Just keep chipping away. Many derby games are won 4 points at a time.
Oh, I thought Zoflake was going to stay in bounds there. A great hit by D-Rex, though. And it's Lassassin backing up Mighty Mouth again. Mighty Mouth trying to work inside now. Mighty Mouth maybe superstitiously shading away from Lassassin, and now it is Mighty Mouth out in front, but not the lead jammer. We'll see if Zoe decides to call it or let it run for a minute.
Yeah, with this close a game, wise call there to call it off before either jammer hit the pack. Taking the opportunity to let them run and burn off a little energy, though, as we set up here for jam number 10. Faith No More and Craven Equality on the jammer line.
And I gotta say, maybe the track is a little stickier now, but fewer penalties being called in here in the second game. I think maybe the energy got amped up a little bit in game 1. There were a lot of penalties called in that first game. And that is Craven Equality, number 44 for Scar, out as lead jam. And I believe an illegal contact called there on the jammer for Bux-Mont. So now a power jam for Scar. And a nice little apex hippity hop right there. And that is Craven Equality.
Yeah, with
Yep.
this close a game, any time in the Badger and Hound penalty box is going to be damaging for either team. Craven Equality using every bit of the 30 seconds, though.
Oh, I thought Delco had done the nice job knocking out Craven Equality on the outside, but great spin move by Craven there to stay just in bounds.
Not just a spin move, but a spin move on the outside line headed into turn 3. That is not easy.
Absolutely. Oh, jammers taking each other down, and Craven says, I think I've had enough of this. We're going to call that jam with both jammers back out on the track. So a 16-point jam. That is now the highest scoring jam for Scar. That is Craven Equality, the leading scorer for the All-Scars.
Yeah, and just like that, State College takes a very comfortable lead, 39-14 over Bux-Mont. That's what they needed to get a little more cushy up in front. Again, this is technically headed in the direction of an upset, just like we saw in the last game, but they are closely matched. I mean, we're talking minuscule details here between the two teams.
Yeah, I think they're only separated by 8 rankings in the WTDA Northeast region. So I think if I'm remembering right, and I'm going to check it now because I don't want to be wrong, it is, Bux-Mont is a 78 and Scar coming in at 86. And obviously we're seeing right away like just how competitive the Northeast region is here.
Yeah, there is, like most regions, a bit of a takeaway right up at the top. However, as soon as you get down into the meat of Northeast, you have so many teams fighting for 1 or 2 game points separating the rankings. In this instance, it's 3. Just 3 game points separate these two teams in the Northeast.
And it looks like Scar is all good after that timeout. And like you said, an easy 25-point lead. But as you and I both know, Dis, like 25 points is maybe 2 jams. I mean,
we're 10 points in. Craven just put 16 points up on the board. Who's to say where we run into? Swifty's going to try for 4 and 4 here. Let's see if she can do it.
Oh, nice hit there. That was Hella Choi knocking Swifty out on the outside line, going to the straightaway, but Swifty comes back inside. 4 for 4 lead jams for Swifty. Swifty now watching Loranimal run away, and we'll see what Swifty decides to do. And Swifty once again decides to hang on to the lead and call it, but just grind it out just a little bit. Make Loranimal run all the way back.
Yeah, I think Swifty was looking for that lead run more than the points, so I think she's going to be happy with that and take it back to the bench as a win.
All right, so don't call it a streak, but that is 4 for 4. And we'll see Sig Vicious and Zoflick putting it back on. Fairly standard, 3 or 4 same skaters jamming here. And Zoflake following the outside line again. That has worked so well today for Zoflake. That is, I think, the 3rd time we've seen Zoflake basically hesitate for a moment and then take the outside line and get a lead jam as a result.
Yeah, that is the other fun thing to watch as teams like this play each other as they start to figure each other out. Zoflake immediately fired. That was the cleanest pass so far. And just like that, another clean trip through the pack for 4 points to go up.
So this is actually the first jam, I think, where we've seen the lead jam kind of like let the jam go a little bit and both jammers scoring points. So instead of Zoflake calling it quickly with the points, both jammers are going to score here. But Zoflake now hitting the pack and calling that one off. So it'll be, I think, 6 points for Zoflake, but also 6 points there for Sig Vicious. So nicely done by the Valkyries to kind of hold that point advantage right there at 25.
Thank you guys for joining us on the stream. I do believe our Scar friends are helping us with the audio. They'll take a look at why it's cutting in and out. I'm sure they'll be right on it.
And that looks like Hustler is out there jamming for the first time, maybe giving some of the All-Scars a breather. A nice hit, though, by Beetlejuice and recycled Hustler. So lead jam for the Valkyries now. And Mighty Mouth now adding a lead jam, second lead jam of the game for Mighty Mouth. And this is exactly what they're going to need, Dis, if they want to cut into that 25-point lead. And I'm going to say it. It's L'assassin doing one-on-one blocking at the top of the upper straightaway.
Yeah, it's what Bux-Mont needs, and it's what Scar wants to stop. Scar's going to need to prevent this. They've done a good job of holding off the lead jams from Bux-Mont thus far, but Bux-Mont's finally gotten the breakout here, and that could change the momentum of this game.
And now it's actually going to be a lead jam for Mighty Mouth. Hustler, I believe, went to the penalty box with the star in hand. So, okay, Mighty Mouth calling it off. So now we're going to see a power start for Faith No More and the Valkyries. So this is actually the only second power start we've seen today, so it's been a fairly clean game thus far, Dis.
Oh, yes, in this game.
In this game.
The previous game, there was a lot of power starts.
Yeah, there were a lot.
A lot of action in that Badger and Hound penalty box in the last game. Faith No More, though, getting the power start for Bux-Mont.
And Swifty trading in the star for the pivot stripe there. It has to release Faith No More, though.
But that was good for a no pass, no penalty, so lead is still open.
Oh, big hit there as Faith No More goes through. Hustler back on the track. And that is a successful star pass now. Looks like Swifty going back to a more standard role that we've seen so far, putting the star back on.
Yeah, Swifty unable to call, though, as well, as she is now the pivot turn jammer.
So we should see a full 2-minute jam here. Faith No More getting out front with a no pass, no penalty, and Swifty, as you said, getting the star pass. So another 47 seconds, and these are the ones that, all the skaters are looking at. The Assassin up there doing defense against Loranimal. The bench is telling Zoflick to just let it ride. Just keep on scoring points as long as possible.
It's one of those times that you're glad you can't get a low block from your own team.
Yeah, big collision right up here at the top of turn 3 between Beetlejuice and Zoflakes.
Still, though, a lot of effort in that jam. State College holding out 4 points differential. That is all they need for all of it. Bux-Mont seeming to learn Scar a bit, but Scar doing a good job of making sure to hold them back just enough to keep their advantage.
We'll see Craven Equality starting just a little bit farther back from the jam line. We'll see if that running start helps work past the wall. And that is Sig Vicious getting ready to jam for the Valkyries. That pun might be the best one I've heard so far. We're craving more jam, and I did hear that from the spectators. There it is. So you got to give a shout out to the humor from the crowd every once in a while. Craving more jam, and as Craven Equality, nicely docked though by the Valkyrie wall. Oh, an outstanding recycle, and that was number 7. That was Crystal Brawler doing the nice recycle and getting the successful track cut on the Valkyrie jammers. So we'll see what happens here. Should be, I believe, a power start. And there it is, trying to extend that lead streak. Maybe 5 for 5 coming for Swifty.
I'm sure she doesn't want us to talk about it, but the pressure is on. Crystal Brawler, though, great job. You love seeing a blocker recycle and stick their hands up in the air and wave for it and just watch it happen as the track cut call comes out. But here we are in Jam 17. Swifty pushing through on a power start, trying to keep her run. The Valkyrie blocker is getting bridged out. Oh, and the blocker recycling Swifty takes a directional call, and Swifty clears 5-for-5 leads for Taylor So Swifty.
Oh, Taylor So Swifty. I wonder which period is this, Taylor? So is this an eras or is this a red? Like, what are we thinking here for Swifty going 5-for-5?
Are you trying to say that this is Swifty's jammer era?
This is Swifty's jammer era, I think. And Valkyrie jammer back on the track. Sig Vicious rejoins, also through on the initial pass. But Swifty calling it off before Sig can make it back around for any points. So a nice 8-point jam there. I think that might have actually catapulted Swifty into the lead for the leading scorer for the All-Stars right now.
Math is hard, I'll believe you. Lining up for jam number 18, Zoflake and Mighty Mouth.
Oh, Delco doing a nice job closing the inside line.
Yeah, so Zoflake and Scar able to maintain lead for this jam. Oh, great footwork there, up on one on the inside rope. Comes through for 4. Zoflake is through and going to come around on a second scoring trip.
So Mighty Mouth is lead jam, but is running just a little behind Zoflake there. And I think what you're seeing here is probably just the desire to try to make up as many points as possible heading into halftime.
Scar able to pick up a last 3 points on that second trip. 7-4 jam as they continue to push the lead. 83 to Bux-Mont's 44.
And that is Faith No More and Craven Equality getting ready to jam. Great tripod here at the backside. A huge hit on the hips from D-Rex. And the Valkyrie defense really holding up well against the Craven Equality. And now another lead jam for the Valkyries.
Yeah, that's the first lead in a while. Faith No More picking it up, but Craven Equality close behind them.
And the penalty box empties as well.
Craven Equality through for 4. Big hit there on the inside on Crystal Brawler from Faith No More, though, in that scoring trip. We have an official timeout. And again, speaking of officials, we talked about our NSOs earlier. I'd like to also thank our skating officials in the stripes joining us. In this game, we have Tony Baloney, Jams Joyce, Guinness, Brace, Dread Hutchuli, I'm very sorry, Bon Appetit, Admiral Mayhem, and Newbie McHusband.
Newbie McHusband. I like that one. That's it's better than Oldie McHusband, I guess.
Yeah, Newbie McHusband's been around a while now. I don't know if the newbie quite applies anymore, but the name's good, so we'll let it stick.
And again, so a fairly low penalty count. Again, so yeah, the first game I think we saw just a little bit of the jitters as both teams were hitting the track. And just a lot of forearms, some back blocks, some track cuts. I think between the sticky kind of sport court here, combined with just like some of that first game jitters, we saw a lot of big collisions in game one. So not a lot of the big hits that we saw from game one have transferred into this one, but some very fleet-footed jammer action here, particularly on the turn one apex.
Yeah, we can't discount the 11th player on the track, and that is the track itself. The sport court here is dry today. We saw last year here at Center of the Universe, though, if the weather does turn, this track gets really weird really fast.
Yeah, and especially with the anticipated cold weather on Sunday. I think the high on Sunday is going to be 30 degrees, so this floor may turn very, it's, you know.
I got to tell you, though, hitting that tripod, good strategy, because she picked up all of those 3 points from that tripod hit. It's good to take Scar to 90.
And Zoflake, interested to see what line Zoflake will take here. And a huge collision right there at the jammer line between Sig Vicious and Zoflake. Your mom holding up Zoflake, and Zoflake does squeeze through on the inside, though. Lead jam for the All-Stars.
Yeah, big apex jump there from Snowflake on the inside. Took a knock, though, from a Bux-Mont blocker and knocked down. Did not recycle, so that contact on the inside line is going to constitute a track cut for not being able to complete that jump.
And that is exactly what Sig Vicious wanted to hear. So power jam now for the Valkyries. And we'll see Bux-Mont start chipping away at the All-Stars lead. There's Lassassin on the inside, and here comes some offense from a couple of the from G-Rex. Nice offense there, trying to break up that Lassassin tripod, and it was successful coming into turn 4. And Zoflakes re-enters the track and runs right into your mom and G-Rex and is back out scoring again. So we should see the full 2-minute jam go here.
Yeah, we have cleared the Badger and Hound penalty box. Crystal Brawler is going to need to be careful, though, because she is on 5 penalties.
Nice tripod at the back of the wall there at turn 1. Your mom and G-Rex really putting it to Zoflake there. Oh, Zoflake and Sig Vicious getting into it right there, and I think that actually was a track cut called there on Sig Vicious right at the very end. I'm not sure if that was a hit from Zoflake that actually knocked Sig Vicious out to make the track cut happen.
Yeah, that was very, very tight action at the whistle. I can tell you one thing for sure is it appears that things are starting to get a little personal.
It's getting a little spicy. It is getting a little spicy out there, but we're craving more jamming and craving equality now. Power start for All-Stars. Delco doing a nice job facing up, though. There goes Craven through on the inside line and lead jam for the All-Stars. It's a little bit of offense, I think, from the All-Stars trying to break up that Bux-Mont tripod. I think that was Gnarly Quinn going back there and doing some good work. And Sig Vicious now through the pack on their initial pass. And we'll see the Bux-Mont wall reform for Craven Equality. Big hit there into the wall. And it looks like a penalty was called right at the end of that jam. We'll see exactly what that was.
We have an official review called by Bux-Mont. They're going to come out and confer with the officials.
You can go get it. And, well, we're finding out what that official review is. If you want to buy some raffle tickets, there is raffle tickets available at the Rage Parade booth. It is an S1 helmet and helmet stand raffle. One ticket will get you $1, or $1 will get you one ticket. Pardon me there. $5 gets you 6 tickets, and $10 gets you 12 tickets. All proceeds going to the Betty Fund with that helmet donated by Rage Parade. So get yourself some raffle tickets over there at our skate shop, and let all those proceeds go to the Betty Fund. And while you're buying tickets, you can also buy some 50-50 raffle tickets. The winning ticket will be pulled and announced at the start of halftime. All funds going towards the Center LGBT, which provides support to reduce the barrier of entry for local skaters. So if you see a SCAR skater walking around or a SCAR official with those 50-50 raffle tickets, feel free to buy some of those tickets, get some of those tickets, and maybe get some raffle tickets to get a free helmet and helmet stand. And while you're up at halftime, also check out all the merch tables. We saw all the different skating organizations set up their own merch tables. SCAR Derby's got a new look. Get excited for their new logo and merch. And you can join us in celebrating the SCAR logo's grand send-off as SCAR promotes this tournament here, the Center of the Universe tournament.
And we will let our ref, Tony Baloney, share the news. All right, so Bux-Mont was looking for a back block on the SCAR Jammer in turn 2 on that last trip through the pack. The officials met, determined that it was, in fact, legal contact, so Bux-Mont will lose their review. They will not retain.
And as we get ready for their, dare I say it,
because the Swifty's gonna lead.
I don't know.
If anything's gonna knock her off, that's gonna do it.
Mighty Mouth looks pretty determined to break up that streak. And I think the SCAR tripod is doing the work, and there goes Swifty.
Yeah, Swifty's going to get lead number 7 thanks to SCAR blockers. That was fantastic work by the SCAR defense.
Yeah, that defense really made it happen. Nice little apex jump there from Swifty. Swifty just showing off now at this point. 7 for 7 and an apex jump.
So just like that, in a couple of big jams, but a lot of these 4 and outs, State College is over the century mark, 109, about a 45-point lead over Bux-Mont at 64.
And with just about 2.5 minutes left, we probably got maybe 2 or 3 jams left here before halftime. Zoflake looking for that outside line again and finds it. Really nicely done by Harley Quinn there, opening up that outside line as well. And that was the pivot from the Valkyries heading to the box.
Big hit there on the inside from Delco on Zoflake. Zoflake, little dazed from the hit, calls it, but not before Bux-Mont makes it back into pack for 4, making that a 4-3 jam in favor of Bux-Mont.
Yeah, very rarely that you see, but the swiftness, I think, of the Bux-Mont jammer to catch up to the back of the pack. And we'll see 44 Craven Equality and Loranimal getting ready to jam here with about 1.5 minutes left. So probably 2 more jams. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, a lot of credit for that to Delco for that big hit, though. That definitely got some time back for the Bux-Mont jammer. A lot of whistles being blown, but it's going to be Loranimal out as lead jammer for Bux-Mont.
Oh, 2 Bux-Mont Valkyrie blockers back-to-back going to the penalty box, the Badger and Helm penalty box. Still a lead jam, though, so I bet Loranimal continues to run it here and try to get as many points as possible to chip away. And Loranimal getting the benefit of that no pack call on the inside of turn 3. But Craven Equality able to match point for point thus far.
With a bit of a spin on the outside line and a call off there on the out. Jam ref Brace conferring and calling 3 points there at the end for Loranimal, making that an 11-8 point jam.
All right, and what should be the final jam of the first half, I bet. We're going to see if Taylor Swifty can go 8 for 8.
But a quick OTO. We're going to be headed into halftime here soon, so it's a great opportunity for all of our friends in-house to go check out the SCAR merch booth, as well as our friends at Rage Parade at the Rage Parade Skate Shop. They are also doing skate maintenance at Rage Parade, as well as hosting the raffle for an S1 helmet and helmet stand. You can get a ticket for $1, 6 tickets for $5, or 12 tickets for $10. All of those proceeds go to SCAR's Betty Fund. And if you are not here in the house to buy some of those raffle tickets, why not? Come on over to State College, C3 Sports Center. This is always an awesome weekend of Derby with all of these closely matched teams. If you have a car and can get here, jump in and drive now.
Yeah, get out there. And speaking of which, if we're going to get out there into State College, where is the after party tonight after this game, too?
So for Friday night, we're doing the after party at Titan Hollow. That's on Axman Road. Tomorrow night, we'll be at Axman Brewery, and Sunday, we'll be at Brothers in downtown State College.
Nice. So just up the road in Belafonte, head up there for the after party both tonight and tomorrow night. Or if you're downtown, take part in, I heard it was State Patty's Day, or State Patty's Week here in State College.
I'm sure that'll be just a calm, cool, casual affair.
Oh, nothing says calm, cool, and collected like a bunch of college students enjoying a holiday centered largely around drinking alcohol.
Is Penn State known for raucous activity? That's
Not that I know of. I don't believe so. I think the Valkyrie tripod has made it their mission in life here on this final jam, and they did. They broke the streak. Oh, nice defense by the Valkyries to break up Swifty's perfect lead jam streak, and Sig Vicious lead jam goes out there for the Valkyries.
Regardless, Swifty's going to have an excellent VTAR on the stats book after all of this. This has been a great performance from, quite frankly, all of the SCAR jammers, but Swifty's been doing excellent.
And a Sig Vicious power jam going on now. That is Swifty heading to the box. So that jam not working out the way Swifty wanted it, so we'll see the Valkyries try to pour on some points here heading into halftime. Gnarly Quinn doing a nice job going face to face and anchoring that tripod. SCAR definitely making Sig Vicious work for every inch of track. So 3-on-3 blockers as a blocker apiece goes to the penalty box.
Chemical Restraint accelerating to try to catch up with Sig Vicious, but Sig Vicious through. Swifty back on the track on a scoring trip, it would appear. However, helmet cover wasn't on for all of it, so only 1 point goes up for that trip.
I believe that was Hustler that went to the box there for SCAR. That was actually Hustler's 6th penalty already here. So Hustler will have to watch out heading into the second half. And an outstanding, let's see, 2 more. That might be the leading jam. No, that is 16-point jam there for Sig Vicious heading into halftime. We've got SCAR All-Stars up 124 over the Bux-Mont Valkyries 95.
Yeah, we saw a lot of really close, aggressive play in the first 10 minutes. And what I think we saw after that is this track, this energy, it got the best of, I think, both of our teams. We're starting to see penalties go up. We're starting to see more time down out of play on the track. I think these teams need to focus up a little bit, regroup, and find that energy they saw in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of slipping and sliding, particularly in turn 1 and turn 2. A lot of falling down there, and I think that is the track kind of coming into gameplay there as the skaters get a little bit tired. So We will head into halftime. 14 minutes left, and we'll be right back here at the C3 Sports Arena with the center of the universe roller derby tournament, brought to you by State College Area Roller Derby. Alrighty, with just about 30 seconds left, we're getting ready for second half action here in Game 2 of the Center of the Universe tournament with State College Area Roller Derby All-Stars taking on the Bux-Mont Roller Derby Valkyries.
Yeah, State College in white, Bux-Mont in black, and State College holding a pretty solid lead, about 30 points ahead of Bux-Mont right now, but they're going to need to be careful because while they are at 25 penalties, which might not sound too bad, they do have 2 skaters over 5, including one at 6 penalties. So some of those key skaters they've had out in the track in the first half, they're going to need to watch with a very close eye and judge their lineups in a way that protects that a little bit.
That is exactly right, Dis. And you know, to be honest, Dis, the Valkyries were down by about 25 points about halfway through the first half. So the fact that they have held the lead right here shows you just how evenly matched these teams are. So I think, you know, SCAR benefited a little bit by getting out to an early lead in those first 5 or 6 jams. And that early lead has just been what has held on. And both teams have scored fairly consistently and fairly evenly for the remainder of the first half.
Yeah, we've been talking about it with as close as they are. They've probably been thinking about this game for a while, so both teams really jockeying for position here. Craven, Equality, and Loranimal out to start us off in the second half.
And I think that's Mighty Mouth getting out up there, and Mighty Mouth just eking past the Assassin. Lead jam for the Valkyries, and that's exactly the start that the Valkyries wanted here in this second half. So a blocker for the All-Stars head off, and I believe Craven Equality still fighting to get through. No, on the initial scoring pass. So there it looks like they're saying there is no jammer currently at this time. The star fell on the ground. Absolutely brutal for the All-Stars. And exactly, again, what the Valkyries needed to claw back into the game.
Yeah, we saw Craven take a fairly significant hit there towards the end of the first half. Does appear that Craven not quite jamming with the veracity we saw all through the first half, so that combined with the amount of penalties is really not working in State College's advantage here. Mighty Mouth through for another 4 up to 12, and a 12-0 jam for Bux-Mont starts us off.
And just like we were talking about, you know, a 30-point jam, that kind of lead can evaporate in just 2 jams, and that is almost half of that lead is now evaporated. Bux-Mont now at 107, so only a, I'm doing math in public, 17-point lead, I believe, now.
And this time we do have Loranimal up against Taylor So Swifty. Swifty again able to get 6 for 7 leads in the first half. This time though, Loranimal grabbing lead ahead of Swifty. 2 leads in a row for Bux-Mont. Oh, and Taylor So Swifty getting a track cut called by Brace. Swifty's going to head to the Badger and Hound penalty box.
Oh, nutty. Valkyries. Oh, I mean, exactly again what the doctor ordered. So we'll see if Loranimal can bring the Valkyries right back into this game. And I think what we're seeing here, and they probably talked about it at halftime, is the Valkyries are really focusing on their defense. Delco up top there kind of holding that tripod together. Looks like they've got a goat right now.
Yeah, I have to agree, Split. We saw throughout the first half SCAR getting out, taking their 4 points and calling it off. Just that a bit of blocking right out at the front is enough for them to start to take a lead. And their problem is they're scoring more points per jam now with that lead status. But while I was rambling on about all of that, Loranimal did pick up a high block, excuse me, and head to the box. And that has cycled Swifty back onto the track. Swifty's here to make up for lost time. As she puts 4 points up on the board, we're now 4-4 on the jam.
Yeah, we'll see Skinner try to re-anchor the tripod up top with Delco. And nice solid blocking up top here in turn 3 from the Valkyries. As now Loranimal gets back onto the track. So 4-4 has the score so far. And this is going to go the full 2 minutes. Absolutely exhausting for both teams. Skinner, I believe that is Wild West. We've seen Wild West as the pivot a couple of times, doing really good work anchoring this Valkyrie defense. And it will be a 7-7 jam, so an even point distribution. So still a 17-point lead for Scar there, but already in this second half, we're seeing 2 lead jams for the Valkyries and sort of a change of pace, I think, for Bux-Mont. So we'll see if Zoflake can help the All-Scars respond.
Yeah, and you pointed it out, too. It's really this defense. We have a lot of players fighting some really strong defense on both sides, and we're starting to see a lot of skaters, not just jammers, but jammers and blockers and pivots, all kind of getting worn out by the high level of defense both teams are putting on the track. You know, the first few jams, first 10 minutes, we were just saying, wow, this is really quick, compact derby. But that defense is really worn down on these teams, and now it is a fight to stay alive as just about 17 points separate the two teams. That's nothing.
That is nothing. That is like one Sig Vicious like cycle of a lead jam could easily bring the Valkyries back into the lead here.
While our officials are reviewing a few things, we do want to bring up that Badger and Hound is the penalty box sponsor. They're voted the best barbershop in State College for 2 years running. They like to think that they've built more than just a typical barbershop. They put every effort into creating an experience that their customers enjoy from the moment they set foot in the shop.
So after that official review, it looks like whatever the penalty called at the end of that last jam was a penalty on Loranimal, so it's now a power start for Zoflakes and the All-Scars. And Zoflake is zipping, slicing, dicing like a Kendrick Lamar song. Bing, back, pop, boom. Right through the middle. There it is.
Oh, straight through lane 2. Zoflake putting 4 up on the board. Zoflake has been incredibly consistent this entire game. We've seen highs and lows from a lot of other skaters and jammers. Zoflake consistently hammering through, not the flashiest, but getting lead, putting points up on the board each time, just like that, up to 8.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. That was pretty flashy right there. That was like up one skate backwards through the inside of turn 2. Like, if that doesn't count as flashy skating, I mean, I don't know what would.
We'll call it the announcer's curse as Zoflake spins on 1 foot backwards through the pack. I take back everything I said. 12 points.
Showing us up. Yeah, showing us up here. That was a great hit there on the inside of turn 3. I think Zoflix was trying just to eke out a couple more points, but with Loranimal rapidly rejoining the pack to score points, a wise call-off from Zoflix there.
Yeah, 12-4 jam, though. Nothing to shrug at it in this game. That is significant for the tight gameplay we've seen so far. And speaking of, I thought we were going to get a pivot line start. I was looking forward to it. But Craven Equality and Faith No More are going to have a typical start right at the jammer line.
And there goes Wild West and Delco anchoring that defense really well docked, and that lets Faith No More come out as the lead jam for the Valkyries. So the All-Scars were able to stretch it back out to a 25-point lead, but we'll see. Nice pickup there by number 25, Chemical Restraint for the All-Scars, preventing that recycle. And that spells bad news. That was L'Assassin heading to the penalty box, joined right after it by Craven Equality. That is actually Craven Equality's first penalty of the game. So a great decision to call there for the Valkyries. We'll see Sig Vicious. Sig Vicious, the leading scorer thus far for the Valkyries, will get the benefit of both a power start and the benefit of the All-Scars being down a blocker. Looks like L'Assassin is in the penalty box, standing, but still in the penalty box.
Yeah, L'Assassin picking up, it looks like a cut penalty that last jam, but more significantly, the 5th penalty for L'Assassin. We've seen huge moves out of L'Assassin this game, so that's a significant hit for Scar as well.
Yeah, so 3 different players, 3 different skaters for the All-Scars now have 5 or more penalties, as Sig Vicious does exactly what the doctor ordered, lead jam for the Valkyries.
Yeah, Bux-Mont doing a great job keeping it within 20 points this entire half, and a good portion of the last half as well.
And we'll see Sig Vicious just trying to push the wall forward, and does. A nice 4 clean points for Sig Vicious.
Ooh, Craven Equality, though, snuck through there with a little dip move underneath the opposing blockers.
So a slightly delayed call there from Sig Vicious lets Craven Equality score 2 points. Ooh, a multiplayer block being called right at the end of that jam, and I believe that'll be on number 107, G-Rex, the pivot from Bux-Mont. So now it's Zoflake's opportunity to take on a diminished wall with one of the blockers out for the Valkyries. Oh, what a huge attempt to hold up. That was Delco up top, and I believe that was Skinner Alive trying to hold back Zoflake's, just not quite able to do it.
Yeah, it looks like Zoflake is trying to unseat Swifty's VTAR ranking here.
And that was a nicely done Skinner Alive getting a track cut, I believe, on Gnarly Quinn. So Gnarly Quinn to the penalty box as well. And on through, continuing to score is Mighty Mouth.
Zoflake, again, backwards through the pack, picking up 4. 1 trip ahead of Mighty Mouth. Scar opting to run this jam.
So I think we've seen that, I think this is the 3rd or 4th time we've seen Zoflake get out his lead jam, and Scar elects to continue to run the jam. And I think that's really a testament to how strong of a jammer Zoflake is, and able to really stay very swift to move to the outside inside, but continue to just pour on the pressure by scoring points.
Yeah, Zoflake taking every opportunity, so I can understand why the Scar bench is allowing that to continue. I mean, it's either the utmost confidence in Zoflake, which I have to agree with, or Zoflake said something mean to the bench coaches before she went out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the turn 3 coach deciding to let Zoflake play a little derby here. And just like that, the Valkyries are back within 18. And Craven Equality lead jam, a forearm penalty called there on number 35. That was Knuckles. So Loranimal coming back around, and Craven Equality hung up there again. Some strong defense. That is Delco and I think Wild West, or is that G-Rex? That is G-Rex wearing the stripe right now for Bux-Mont. And a reversal of fortune, Loranimal actually makes it through.
Yeah, great hustle there from Craven at the last minute, able to put 4 more points up on the board.
And so there's that Wild West pivots out there with Delco. I believe rounding up that defense is Mocha Whip. So, yeah, the tripods from the Valkyries, much stouter, I would say. The defense really holding up Swifty here. Let's see, a forearm called on. Oh, no, it is another penalty. I think that is actually the 3rd penalty for Swifty wearing the star. So a power jam now for the Valkyries. And when they're within 18 like that, you got to believe that the Valkyries are going to let Faith No More just continue to run this one.
Yeah, it is just as they have hung over their bench. Scar is looking to believe that they can hold this out, but Bux-Mont is pushing forward. Again, though, for what it looks like Bux-Mont is squeaking ahead. but we have consistently stayed around 20 points between, which really speaks to the defense of both teams. But Scar able to hold on to this is incredibly impressive.
Well, I got to say, it was a fairly impressive, for lack of a better term, a fairly impressive penalty kill right there. We saw Gnarly Quinn and Nancy Drewblood really doing a great job holding up Faith No More on the inside of turn 3. And Faith No More probably disappointed that they weren't allowed to score or couldn't score more points on that power jam while Swifty was in the penalty box.
And Scar elects to take a team timeout. Again, great opportunity to go check out Rage Parade Skate Shop. They are our skate maintenance station sponsor. They are providing skate maintenance all weekend right here at C3. Rage Parade has all your skate apparel and gear needs covered. They're available all weekend, and they are hosting the Betty Raffle Fund for an S1 helmet and helmet stand. Go say hello to Lonald for us.
Also a good chance to shout out. We shout out our non-skating officials and our skating officials, but a big shout out and a round of applause to our EMTs. Because without our EMTs, none of this would happen. You hate to see them have to work, but boy, you'd hate it even worse if they weren't here.
Yeah, I do enjoy a bored EMT.
Yeah, the bored EMTs is one of the few things you actually do hope for during a derby game. And we've seen Sig Vicious and Zoflake jamming against one another multiple times, and it's a fairly interesting matchup. Zoflake taking the lead, trying to go inside, getting hung up there from G-Rex. Zoflake so strong, though. Side by side, jammer on jammer, Zoflake. And Sig Vicious getting a little low. Oh, there was another huge hit attempt by Zoflake. Zoflake trying the apex jump there, and I'm going to say a jammer on jammer action, jammer on jammer blocking is 100% one of my favorite things to see. I think those big hits amped up Zoflake a little bit. A penalty was called there, so now a power jam for Sig Vicious. And of all the jammers you don't want to see that happen with, it's probably Sig Vicious, who is the leading scorer right now for the Valkyries.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I saw a call for 2. So we'll see how long Zoflake has to sit, but I think they received an illegal procedure on top of their initial penalty.
Yeah, and we're seeing the tripod here for Scar, anchored by Lassassin. So you saw Lassassin go face-to-face with Sig Vicious, and I wonder if Lassassin is being a little bit cautious because Lassassin has 5 penalties, and if maybe that defense wouldn't have been more aggressive against Sig Vicious if that penalty wasn't a problem.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, Scar is not able to find a lot of skaters without penalties, though, to put on the track. So they're just going to have to play a little less aggressively, and that seems to be giving Bux-Mont a bit of an edge. The crowd is starting to heat up here at the C3 Sports Complex as that's happening. This is becoming a very close derby match.
And Zoflake's really put in a lot of extra effort to come back out of the box and score 8 points. You saw Zoflake's racing around, looked up at the clock and saw there were only about 8 seconds left in that jam and was determined to get those final 4 points.
And it was needed because Bux-Mont with that 12-8 jam is now within 10 points of the lead. State College sits at 175, Bux-Mont 166.
So we're seeing Chainsaws getting ready to jam for the All-Stars. This is actually the first time we've seen Chainsaws, and right around the inside. That was 762 Mighty Mouth for the Valkyries. Nicely done up on the toe stops, just tiptoeing through. And I think the Valkyries can start smelling the, I don't want to call it a comeback like the song says, but I think the Valkyries can definitely feel the energy swinging a little bit.
Yeah, State College is losing this game to penalties right now. This lead has gone to penalties 100%, and they opened the door just slightly. They cracked it open, and Bux-Mont has taken a steel boot and just kicked it wide open with that 4-point jam, and just like that, 5 points separate the two teams.
And just like that, Chainsaws heads to the penalty box as well, I believe for a forearm called there. So now a power start for Loranimal. So I got to tell you, if you had a massive comeback by the Valkyries on your bingo card, you should be getting ready to stamp it because they have absolutely turned it around here in the second half.
Yeah, speaking of State Patty's Day, everyone should be ready to crack a beverage, I do believe. That is lead for Loranimal and the Bux-Mont Valkyries. Chainsaws back on the track in the initial. Loranimal on a scoring trip.
Oh, up on the skates. That is 4 points. Bux-Mont and the Valkyries have pulled within 1 point with just under 13 minutes left. And it looks like a star pass has now occurred, so Scar passing it off to Taylor So Swifty. And a call, and I think that could be the first lead change of the game. It is indeed. Bux-Mont Valkyries have now pulled ahead 178 to 175.
Nostrovia, everyone. I hope you're drinking responsibly at home.
Man, I got to stand up and pace around watching this one a little bit. So Taylor Swifty did get 1 point there, so it is a 2-point lead for the Valkyries. And we'll see Zoflake and Faith No More getting ready.
That was the jam starting whistle.
Both of the jammers just taking a second, just appreciating, I think, the moment. Delco, a nice hit to the inside recycles. And Nene putting on a big hit there at the jam line as well. Oh, Zoflake's able to skate right past Wild West, so nice move by Zoflake's the lead jam for the All-Stars.
That little shuffle through the inside, that was cool. Zoflake pulling that out for lead. That's what was needed. Zoflake, again, just consistently reliable for State College.
Yeah, and there's the 4 points, and there it is, another lead swap. And Scar says, anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. That's the kind of energy you like to see as the lead swaps in back-to-back jams. Scar now up 180 over the Valkyries, 178.
I'm just starting to think that we might need a beverage at the announcer table if this keeps going this way.
It's going to have to be a strong one, that's for sure. Sig Vicious, the leading scorer for the Valkyries now, trying to work inside. And that's Craven Equality.
Craven absolutely bridging Bux-Mont forward, pushing through, and that's going to be good for lead as an out-of-play call goes up. That's the Craven we saw in the first half. Craven's here to recover this lead for Scar. Great offense there. Open up a lane for Craven, puts 4 more points up on the board. Oh, but Bux-Mont able to squeeze 1 point there in that last trip. 4-1 jam for State College.
And Swifty looks determined. So we've seen Swifty put on the pivot stripe multiple times in the second half. So Swifty trying to put the hammer down now and really try to open this lead back up for the All-Stars like we saw in the first half.
Yeah, and remember, going into this game, Bux-Mont favored ever so slightly. So any point in the positive direction is good for State College's rankings. And Swifty, there's Taylor So Swifty with lead status. That's what she likes to see.
Yeah, big cheering section there for Taylor So Swifty. Hit the back of that Valkyrie pack. And we'll see if that was called a back block, and it was a back block called on Taylor So Swifty. So now a power jam, and oh, just like that, we may see another lead change. Big hits there, and that is Ace of Blades And there it is, Mighty Mouth through with 4 points.
Yeah, we've got over a minute left in this jam, and it's going to go the full jam. Mighty Mouth, we've seen, will take full advantage of this power jam while Swifty's in the box.
So we saw a quick blocking out of play penalty there from one of the blockers, and then a direction of gameplay for Delco. So just like that, we have 8 points up for Mighty Mouth. So it is a lead swap as now Swifty rejoins the track and gets off to the races like almost like she never left.
Yeah, Swifty did have some box points and made them up as she re-entered the track. Skaters are now back both in the trip, but Swifty through the pack is going to accelerate and go up 1 trip on Mighty Mouth. State College retains their lead in this jam as Swifty is able to make it back in. Time still left on the clock, though, as this jam's going to run out.
So now we've seen a lead swap inside this 2-minute jam as Delco heads back to the box. So 2 quick penalties in this same jam here for Delco, and now Swifty trying to put the hammer down. 12 points so far for Swifty, and we'll see if that was potentially 16. It was, so a 16-point jam as now the All-Stars break 200 and regain a 13-point lead with just under 8 minutes left in the second half.
Yeah, and you could see it on Swifty's face, the hustle that required, putting those 12 points up after coming out of the box to save that jam. Again, still within 10 points, but just holding on ever so tightly. You have to give it up to Scar Derby here for being able to power through this.
So if I saw the penalties called correctly, there was an elbow penalty called there, potentially an elbow on Wild West, the pivot for the Valkyries while holding the star in hand. So it looks like Wild West is now holding the star. No, I take it back. It looks like Wild West has left the penalty box. So we should have jammer on jammer action here in just a moment. And that is Loranimal, I think, coming out to skate against Zoflakes.
Bux-Mont is 2 blockers down, so Zoflake's going to have an advantage here.
And that is probably more advantage than Zoflakes needed. Zoflake, very nimble on the skates, has made quick work of the Valkyrie wall every time they've been out there. Oh, what an outside in move, and stays in bounds. It's almost as if I called it before it happened.
Yeah, I don't think that Loranimal has realized it yet, but there is a helmet cover on the track.
Oh no, that could not have come at a worse time for the star to come off the helmet, and Zoflakes more than willing to take advantage of that.
Zoflake just pushing through. That was, she didn't get those points, she took them. Just absolutely hammering through lane 1 to put 4 more points up.
Absolutely, Zoflakes and Swifty almost in a battle here to see which one of them can score more points for the All-Stars as they try to really push back ahead here over the Valkyries.
Yeah, that was Longtall that time, knocking Zoflake to the outside and recycling it. Nice last-minute hit there from Longtall.
So 14 points separates, correction, that is now 17 points. So we've bounced back and forth between somewhere in 18 to 25-point leads for Scar for most of the first and second half, but it's gotten very close very quickly here with about 6 minutes left.
Craven Equality and Faith No More out on the track. Both jammers hit and get caught up, but it's going to be Faith No More able to bridge Scar out.
And Gnarly Quinn, and I believe that is Chemical Restraint. Gnarly Quinn and Chemical Restraint doing a great job holding up Faith No More. And it is a power jam for Faith No More, a forearm called there on Craven Equality. Faith No More knocked out of bounds here up at the top between Gnarly Quinn and Crystal Brawler.
Yeah, Gnarly Quinn is not giving this up easily. This is not an easy pass here for Faith No More. Gnarly Quinn is not going to let it happen. Both of them spinning. Faith No More finally able to spin out on the inside and call it off.
Yeah, and you could hear the bench really trying to get Faith No More to call it off early to try to take advantage of that power start. It looks like the jammer, that is Craven Equality, is standing in the box, but it will still be a power start for Sig Vicious here and the Valkyries.
Yeah, we talked about it in the last half, but as things start to get more physical, I do think this has gotten a bit personal. Every bit of emotion is out there on that track right now.
Yeah, I think Gnarly Quinn just one-on-one blocking against Faith No More there. I really wanted to make sure that we got to see that awesome 1v1 blocking on turn 4. As now Craven Equality back on the track, and there is Sig Vicious lead jam for the Valkyries. And a star pass now has occurred, so that is Swifty putting the star back on for the All-Scars. Hitting the back of that pack, that is, I believe, G-Rex trying to anchor the defense. Both of them through and both scoring, so 4v4.
Again, Swifty doing a good job just holding off the lead, going point for point. That's all that she needs to do.
That's absolutely right. That's all Scar needs to play right now, is if they can match point for point. And I think, did we see that? Oh,
3 points.
3 points for Swifty, actually outscoring Sig Vicious after a star pass.
Yeah, and Swifty wants to make sure you know it. Finger gun straight at the announcer table. You love to see it.
I'm sure I'll hear about it tomorrow when Swifty is helping me announce.
Yeah, what game is that we'll be hearing Swifty on microphone tomorrow?
I believe Swifty and I will be on the mic tomorrow for Game 3, and that'll be Ghost Fleet Roller Derby. They'll be taking on, I believe that is, let's see, who are they taking on? Oh, they're taking on the Scream Queens. Yeah, so Ghost Fleet and the Scream Queens, that is your first game right back here at the C3 Sports Arena. That is 10 a.m. tomorrow for Game 3 action.
Yeah, if you are within streaming distance of State College, PA, get in the car right now. That game is one not to miss. That will be a really fun game to watch.
Both of those initial games tomorrow, the 10 a.m. game between Ghost Fleet and the Scream Queens is followed right behind it by Free State and Wilkes-Barre. So we'll see that number 1 seed taking on Wilkes-Barre Scranton. And, excited to see both of the high seeds take the track here as we get into a full day. I believe there's 6 games on the docket tomorrow.
Yeah, it is a jam-packed tournament weekend. Again, SCAR always putting on a really fun event here at C3. Of course, they hosted Northeast Regionals last year, but really a great crew, great stream out of the SCAR team. They've really done a lot of work with what they have here in State College, and it is absolutely a delight to be here. So why aren't you? Come join us here. We have Rage Parade Skate Shop. We've got SCAR selling merch. AR Health Services is joining us. Sense Candle Co. will be here with us tomorrow, as will Kai Bellico. And when you come, be sure to engage with us on social. You can send us pictures. Make sure to use hashtag Uni25, hashtag Scar Derby, and hashtag Scarred for Life on Facebook and Instagram.
And if you show up tomorrow, make sure you're wearing your onesie. I think the theme tomorrow is Onesie Day. So I'm curious to see how many furry onesies we will have show up tomorrow. Today was, I believe, Fancy Dress Day. So fancy dress followed by the Onesie Day. And then what's the theme for 80s? Oh, it's the 80s Day. That means the announcing crew must do 80s karaoke on Sunday. And if it's not, I'm going to make that a thing. We will do 80s karaoke all journey all the time. So we'll see that right here on Sunday here at the C3 Sports Arena.
Split, I kind of put you more on Paula Abdul. That's what I would have picked for you.
Hey, if I could play the music video of Paula Abdul and the cartoon cat taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, believe you me, I would absolutely do it.
If you do Paula Abdul, I'll do DJ Scat Cat.
2 steps forward, I take 2 steps back.
Okay.
Hey, someone in the audience liked that, so, you know.
Take what you can get.
I'm married to that person, though, so it probably doesn't count. You know, I'm also impressed here in the second half as we get ready to get back in derby action. So there were 5 skaters for the Scars, All-Stars, that had 5 penalties or more going to the second half, and none of those skaters, have picked up penalties in the second half. So Scar has been very cautious, I think, with their blocking, and despite that, I think caution on the blocking has still been able to maintain and then regain the lead.
Yeah, you never like to see the penalty whiteboard fill up with yellow and orange like we see it right now, but it is impressive that it stayed yellow and orange and not turned red yet.
Yeah, it's really a testament, I think, to both the depth of Scars, All-Scars, and also the coaching staff to really manage it as Zoflake is out for a lead jam for Scar. Oh, a high block called on Loranimal, and that is a power jam for Zoflake. And it would not surprise me one bit if the Scar bench tells Zoflake to run it.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Split. Yeah, this is Scar's game to lose at this point. Oh, Zoflake not taking any hesitation. Huge hit there on, is that Delco?
That is Delco, I think.
Oh my goodness, what a hit.
Delco is feeling that one, I think. Zoflake, a little head juke. Wild West hanging up Zoflake on the outside of turn 3. And now Zoflake just showing off some power and pushing.
Zoflake up on toe stops on the outside line, finds a diagonal, and makes the pass while drawing a penalty from Delco.
And this is exactly what Scar wanted to see when they told Zoflake to run it. Oh my gosh. Like, I believe half of Zoflake just fainted one way and the rest of it went the other way.
Yeah,
what a move to the outside.
That was like a video game special move, slide to the right.
And I think Zoflake sees the highest scoring jam within their sights, because if they make a successful 4-point pass here, it will be the highest scoring pass of the day. Oh, we'll see how many Zoflake gets there. It looks like it'll stay with 3, so that is now the highest scoring jam of the day for Zoflake.
Yeah, and not just the highest scoring jam, but a 19-0 jam. Huge jam there for Zoflake.
So State College really resuming and taking back control. And with under a minute here, this might be the last jam of the game. So if you're out there in the audience, get up on your feet and make some noise. This could be it, as Craven Equality threw a lead jam for Scar.
Loranimal also out, is going to contest Craven on this trip. Both teams on their feet, watching the clock wind down. Craven makes a quick trip through lane 3, puts 4 up. Scar's having Craven run it. Victory within their grasp.
And I think Scar wants to make this the last jam and is going to let time expire. And we'll see Craven into the recycle. So Craven does call it now as time expires. So, a unofficial score, 245 to 212. It is another upset here in game 2.
Yeah, we are going to see some ranking moves on Monday. My goodness. What a game from both Bux-Mont and State College. I tell you what, a slight upset there from State College, but just incredible derby. The real winners here are all of us getting to watch that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you had this down for day 1 of the Center of the Universe tournament here, to have 2 upsets and really just such closely matched derby here with all those lead changes in game 2, I got to tell you, I was on the edge of my seat the entire second half.
It was absolutely a delight, and I loved calling it with you, Split. Thank you very much. Our teams are going to take a victory lap. Scar will take a victory lap, followed by Bux-Mont, and then we'll be back with MVPs as chosen by your announcers.
Well, there you go, and it is official. That is your final score, 245 to 212. We'll be right back with your MVPs in just a moment.
So what I'll probably do is, like, before games start or even between games, just have people come over here and just kind of like, show them the basics or whatever. And so I'll be getting a lot of refresher things.
Alrighty, and now we've got our MVP skaters coming right at you. For State College Area Roller Derby, the All-Stars, your MVP jammer for Scar is number 40, Zoflake. And your MVP blocker for Scar, number 79, L'Assassin. And over on the Bux-Mont side for the Valkyries, your MVP jammer, number 627, Sig Vicious. And your MVP blocker, number 456, Delco. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here for day 1 of the Center of the Universe Roller Derby Tournament, brought to you by State College Area Roller Derby. We look forward to seeing all of you right back here at the C3 Sports Arena at 10 a.m. for Game 3 of the Center of the Universe Tournament.